Hey, Drake. Yeah, I need to animate it. I also need to fix that. A bunch of stuff. We're gonna finish up the Game Boy, the Pokemon Yellow one. And then we're gonna do a new hot pink one, and then I guess we'll see what we're gonna do from there. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Did I just lose it? No, it was working earlier. I thought I was talking to Drake. Do not the X. First of all, you let Wyvern in. Did you guys hear anything? I welcomed Ultros in. Said hi to everybody. I was just talking to myself, apparently. Okay, cool. Well, let me get all of that started again. Give me just a second here. Anyway, welcome in, Sinister Drake. Snick 500 Radio. There's a whole bunch of y'all, isn't there? Let's see here. Sinister Drake. Ultras can't beat anything. You so much for the raid. Snick, welcome in. Big Papa Pump. Zeldavania. Agent Wyvern. I cannot believe y'all let Wyvern through here. Trisk, thank you so much for 51 months. Holy shit, dude. Pojo, thank you for the good luck. Hopefully we'll get this fixed up here. Cruiser. Man, we got all the cool kids here, yeah. So we are doing a custom build here. Trisk, how have you been? Haven't seen you around that much lately. But yeah, we are going to be finishing this mod job here. What's going on, man? Although I do feel the sentiment, my friend. What's got you in the dumps, Mr. Trisk? I mean, you don't have to talk about it, obviously, if you don't want to. We can just be miserable together. Yeah, IPS screen mod, replacing the IPS screen mod, which I broke. Brand new shell. This is a new shell. And I'll be adding this little guy in here too. We're gonna see how well this works. This guy will fit right here. We have to finagle it a little bit to get it to fit. Okay, that looks like it'll work. Cruiser, I have. And I want to do one, but they are kind of expensive. Sorry, Trish. I'll hit you up later, dude. If you need to, we can go wiggle some cents into your job. But yeah, I want to do one eventually, but I need to sell a few more of these that I'm building first so I can get the money to roll into that, and then I probably wouldn't keep it for myself. That one would be for sale. But yeah, I think the whole setup is like $220. And I've got a donor GBA SP. Okay, so first thing we need to do is replace the screen in this for the second time. Because I'm a moron. Oh, they make controller shells? Man, toss a link to that if you want. I just thought they did the Game Boy SP shells. I'd totally be down to do a controller shell on stream. I don't know how much those are, but I've done some controller shell replacements, but not one of those. $35 to $40, that's not bad. But yeah, Trisk, have you tried offering the Problems at Work some Tricera nachos? That may be useful. See if we can do this without breaking everything. Gonna need a little bit of hot air here. I don't know, what do y'all think? Should I build a, should I do one of those? How much are they, Cruiser? Glad you're enjoying it, Wyvern. 39 to 59. That's in the realm I could give something away. Yeah, this thing was fucked anyway. I was kind of hoping to keep it, but... Okay. Ooh, let me take a look at that when I get this thing pried free. Okay, well that just happened. Toss this one. It is toast. toss you a follow too. That's slick. Oh, that's slick. Okay. Adhesive cleaned off the inside of the screen. Okay. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the vibes. Not the mama. Okay. I have a screen here somewhere. I don't know, what do y'all think? I mean, I need to do a giveaway for for 500 follows here. Aside. You see, that's acceptable. I don't know. Anybody got a reason we shouldn't accept the Y here? This is a Game Boy Color. Oh, well, QC, you should see what's up next. Yeah, so, I wouldn't mind building one of those. I don't know if I would keep it. I could certainly just give that away. Blackberry Key 2. I'm not familiar with Blackberries. Which one is that? And, yeah, I can see that. They can't be as bad as that one in the fucking 3DS, though. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the screen here. I'm wondering if I should just do it like... Wait for it to go through here. Oh, that's Ultros. Okay, there we go. Ready for reinstallation. Okay, the next thing I want to do is the speaker mod. Oh, let me take a look at this. QC. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not familiar with that at all. Okay. So let me look up how to install the speaker mod, because I don't think this is an actual mod board. I think this is literally just like an off-the-shelf Class D amp. And I can prove that to you. Adafruit. Oh. So is that an older phone QC or a newer one? Installation instructions. Okay, let me look at this real quick. Sorry, I know I'm missing chat. Nice. That's crazy, QC. Oh, here we go. Game Boy Color. Where's the YouTube video?
How's it going, everybody? So today I'm going to show you how to 5-watt Class D. Yeah, this is a PAM 8302. All right, stabilize that. Now it's time to prep our points after applying our flux, and I'm going to tune my iron just real quick. That already, we're gonna start wiring up. So I'm gonna go ahead and strip some wire real quick, and I'll be back in a second. So what I also need to do is we do need to undo the speaker right here. So you can lift out the wire gently, stock, and it's orientated like that. We're gonna flip over the board, and we are gonna start wiring up a couple of the points right here. So I'm going to start on this left side where it says A plus and A minus. So I have tinned up one side of the wire.
And I got my wire here.
Get the A plus. I find it best if you can find a good way to kind of snake the wiring underneath. So if you can get it to go underneath the board. You can come around and go over down to here. So obviously we're not going to need all too much wiring, so you do need to trim it. So you can just take your cutters, your flush cutters, and we'll get it about right there. And then now we need to just strip the ends of this and solder it in. As you can see now, I have run those wires from A plus and A minus over to the side and to their corresponding points at the bottom. And so next, we need to run our speaker wire. So we do need to have them going from here, the positive and the ground, the negative, and we're going to run it to our speaker, which was orientated like that. So what I want to do first is...
Chakra, thank you so much for 63 months, dude. Holy crap. You and Trisk have been here forever.
We're going to run them all along that side.
So, how are you, Chakra?
Simply purely for the video, so I can quickly show you how I'm going to prep these points. And make sure that there is plenty of solder to work with. Is going to go right under there. So you have enough room to work with. Making a point from the ground here for the amp and this topmost point right here at the bottom for our positive. And so what I'm trying to do now, enough room to work with. Easy for me. Like I said, it's not. Alright. It's not easy since we did work with the space that we did have. And if you need to, you can always push the wires down. Yeah, didn't hear about everything. Using your fingers is not ideal. Then I'm burning the insulation, but we're working with right before. And there we go. It doesn't matter if you get a little extra solder on that square right there, because that is also ground, but I would like. So I have to continue this. The video got cut off, so my apologies. But after we prepped the 2 points right here, I'm running a point from the ground here for the amp and this topmost point right here at the bottom for our positive. And so what I'm trying to do now.
Okay, let's see how well that works. Sleepy chakra. Well, you should get some eeps. We are finishing off the Pikachu edition Game Boy Color today. And right now we are doing the audio mod. I'm gonna crack my wire. It's going everywhere. Cut some of this loose. Okay. Actually, going to leave the cartridge in for this. Probably help if I plug in the old soldering iron. That'll be okay for this. We'll crank the temperature up a little bit, though. What's new in your world, Chakra, other than the eepiness? I guess the other thing we're gonna do, we're gonna remove that speaker. Pull our positive and negative from there, and I'm just curious. I want to see kind of voltage we get there. Let's take a look-see. All right, dude. Yeah, I'll hit me up on Discord, man. Have fun with the nephew. It's good seeing you, man. So that's 5 volts DC there. So, should be fine. Thanks, my dude. Okay. Man, I'm gonna have to put my glasses on for this. But where's my cleaner? There it is. I have these on. I can't read chat. Okay. Okay, have a little bit of extra solder there. Some of this is kind of off screen. I apologize. Let me see if I can get this thing set up. else we will do on that side of the board. Up, over, I believe. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I've got some more wire. Give me just a second here. Something a little beefier for this other wire. Be right back. Okay, your friendly neighborhood Aramis is back. Pepsi for TV game. Do blue and yellow for the speakers, shall we? Yeah, you should see when I drink around $1 million piece of electronic equipment. Let me set this aside. You go in there, you go in there, you go here. Well, to be fair, my boss does, and his boss does, and all of the people watching TV or listening to radio. Well, I don't have any I have $1 million radio transmitter. So, how many people we got in chat right now? I have a question. Who's Kate? Alkazer, what's going on? So, somebody, you know what the sad thing is, QC? So, first of all, with the whole coworker thing, I do have coworkers. I work in the TV business, but I'm literally the only person that works on that stuff. So if I fuck it up, it's kind of on me. But to God damn it, Luthon, do not. Somebody ban Luthon for me. I think I got a mod in here somewhere, right? But, so, what would y'all think about, me doing a guest here on the stream? Somebody who was involved in the development of the TI-99 and some of the projects that didn't actually come to fruition. Would anybody be interested in that? No, it's a computer. It was basically Texas Instruments answer to the Atari and other things like that. Yes, I know I'm committing sacrilege by not actually soldering that through hole, but there's madness to my method here. So I want to keep this kind of flat. Yeah, so the 4A. So this guy was involved in the development of certain peripherals that were never released for it, and some more powerful variants that were never released, and actually still has some of that stuff and would probably want to show it off. Yeah, I thought it would be, it would be 2 voices and 4 hands, yeah. Yeah, we probably wouldn't do a face cam on that because it would be here at the shop. But we would have one set up and play some games. God, I wish I could, QC. But unfortunately, I am not that notable of a streamer. So let's do go ahead and solder these in place first. Right about there. But yeah, consider. I think I already missed the window on the GameCube. Yeah, I'd have to talk the guest into it. He was a little hesitant, but I think it was more he didn't really think anybody would want to listen to him ramble about that stuff, and I'm like, oh no, you don't understand. What was broken on the Game Boy Color? Actually nothing. This was I bought this. I actually paid $80 for this. But this is a mod for a client, so a commission build, I should say, not really like a client. You know, it's not like I'm world renowned for this stuff or anything. But if that's something you guys like, and I can't, so we're doing an IPS color backlit display, speaker mod, and USB-C rechargeable battery on this. So this is like the ultimate. Basically the ultimate Game Boy Color. So I'm going to solder these in because they don't really take up that much room. So that's a ground. Take this in place. You know, I've thought about picking up a Wonder Swan. It's just lower in the list just because they're not as well known. I have no nostalgia for them personally, unlike this, which I know a lot of y'all here do. But yeah, there's a chance that I could get a former, and this would be even further more out in left field. By the way, I've already hit the YouTube goal, but if you guys don't sub, please hit the sub button over on YouTube for me. I'd appreciate it. You don't have to, but it'd be cool. But I could possibly get one of the former, basically wafer engineers at Texas Instruments. So he actually worked in the fabrication of. But I don't know if there's any interest in that. And truth be told, I have not talked to that gentleman in many, many years. But I don't know, QC. Hit me up on Discord. And basically the way I would handle something like that is I would buy one, mod it, and then sell it to you. Or trade it somehow. That way, if I fuck it up, I didn't fuck up your good one, you know? I want to trim these a little bit. But yeah, basically my next mod is I've got a few in the pipeline. We're probably going to do some Game Gears. I have a couple of SPs that I need to finish off. At least one more DMG. And I kind of want to do like an ultimate SP. Okay. Now let's get these wires laid out. I'm gonna need to, well, I need to test this first, don't I? Kind of get this. I do need to put the Kapton tape on the bottom. Oh, so they do have a consolizer mod. Do you know how involved it is? Okay. Do me a favor, shoot me that link on Discord if you have this. I don't know if you have me on Discord or not. I think you can get there with !Discord. And that'll take you to my Discord, but you can just find my username there. It's Aramis Belmont. Okay. So we're going to those wires there. And these will go here. Yeah, honestly, QC, usually it's cheaper to buy from the company if that's the case. piss poor solder job, but we'll clean that up a little bit. Okay, that should be enough to test this. In fact, we can flip this whole assembly over. So, okay. Okay, what's going on here? That's much. So it's 190 in euro. Woo! Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. That's pretty cool. It's a little noisy, but... And would do not... Somebody stop him. Do not the X in my... No, 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 no. You are all fired. Every single one of you is fired. Yeah, Drake. I will be doing a Game Gear soon. Thank you, Anduin, for stopping that. Okay. Now everything works. Let's put it all together. Turn the soldering iron off. Take the cartridge out. Okay, we're going to have to modify this a little bit more. Get it to fit right. Mr. Anduin, what are you up to? It is, Anduin. Honestly, dude, I'm having a really shitty week. I hate this time of year, man. But yeah, QC, I'd be interested in that project. We'd have to talk about it some, but... But yeah, Drake, I don't know if you heard me. Yeah, we have some Game Gears coming up, and I may be doing a Genesis for somebody. I had somebody want me to build them a Genesis. I mean, build, quote unquote. It's just... Okay. Well, also, I'm interested... I'm not into this to make money. I want to make some money from it so I can do other projects. But I am under no illusions that this will ever replace my day job, so... I would definitely be down for trades. Okay, let me see if I can get this name right. Rap Zow's Dower. let me show you your Game Boy. This will be our donor. And here is... There's the Game Boy in all of its splendor. This will be our next project. So we're actually putting this one back together right now. As soon as I finish adjusting the cutout here. I just saw your chat on YouTube. YouTube has been very quiet today. Nobody's talking over there. If you're watching on YouTube, say hi. Or not, lurks are always welcome. But yeah, we will be working on yours momentarily. Okay, let me grab my sanding block and we're going to try to clean that up, or a file. I'm going to grab a file. We're going to try to clean that edge up a little bit. I try to stream a couple of times a week. It depends on how busy I am at work and my motivation level. Like it's been like a week and a half, I think, since I streamed last. Ideally, I would stream 3 or 4 times a week. Is kind of what I would like to do. Okay. Oh, you're streaming on my TV. Nice, dude. But yeah, Drake, I don't know if you heard my message earlier, but yes, I do the Genesis. I've done Genesises on here. Genesi. Okay, hopefully. We're in. Like Flynn, maybe? Okay, cool. Well, we might do that. If you're interested to Wonder Swan, that's a statement I never thought I would hear myself say, but okay. I don't see this thing fitting here at all. Maybe? I don't know. No, that's not gonna work. Is it? I'm gonna tuck that up like I thought I was going to. That's just not gonna. I don't think it's gonna fit in there. Just hot glue it down right. I don't think it's a matter of adhesion. It's a matter of, will it actually fit where I want to put it? And I don't think it's going to. Okay, we're going to make a package here. Yep, I don't think it's going to fit. Well, maybe. Okay, maybe it will fit there. Yeah, it's just a Class D amplifier. I have one. It's you can't see it, but they're up there. That's just not going to fit. Okay. Make sure everything works here. ANBERNIC console. Hey, World Hero. Oh, the Oh, you're talking about those emulation boxes. Yeah, this is an original Game Boy Color. Although I do have something to tear apart later if you guys want to see. Is it still okay? You guys hear me okay? Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay, is the music better? Or do I need to kick VMix in the teeth? Well, everything's fucked. Everything sucks. Okay, last test here. There we go. Okay, cool. Although that did come loose, I've got to put that back in there. Well, you can ask Rapzow. I've got a black one I built. Okay, let's see if we can get this mounted. Up in this compartment here. Or over on this side. This is probably the better side to mount it. May have to cut a little bit on the case to get that to work, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and mod this case a little bit. But I don't see a better way to do this. Okay. Our chopper reed wheel on here. I gotta put it up here, sorry. Hey, Sathrish. We might actually, depending on how I feel. I mean, it's only 8:45, and I've got to do one more mod tonight. We might actually start doing some routing and maybe some attempts. Actually, maybe not, because I don't really have an NES over here. I just realized. I could try to rig something up, I guess. I think maybe I got my top loader here. So how's the Star Trek going? I've had no time on that. I've been so busy with work and everything else that okay, unfortunately that's got to come out too, doesn't it? Alright, we're going to change the router bit. Okay. I'll catch up with chat here in a second. Sorry. Okay, will you fit now? Yes, you will. Okay, cool. Jump in there. Stay. We're gonna do it like this, aren't we? Okay, there we go. that was certainly an experience. Okay, working on CV2. How's the CV2 coming around? Who is J Fred, by the way? I've never heard of J Fred. Yeah, Drake. Well, I tried to get to hang out the other day. To be honest, every time I try to get somebody to hang out with me, either don't want to or bail on me. So I don't know, man. I've literally hung out with one person since Obsolete was here. That was one of my coworkers. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, what's your goal with CV2, Seth? Yeah, I've just never... I don't think I've seen them around before, so that's why I was like, Yeah, relatively new. I've only been doing it 5. I've been a little over 5. So I'm relatively new too. I need to submit stuff. That's my biggest problem lately. Back in. What a dumbass. Sub 38 for 100%. Nice. All right, Drake, enjoy dinner. I did respond to you. I don't know if you heard me or not. No wrong warp when you feel you're not getting good luck on the runs. So what is the 100% run, by the way? What all does that entail? I'm actually not terribly familiar with it. I got to do a few more things to this offline, like glue the screen back in place. IR window, but focaccia bread sounds nice, doesn't it? Okay, so, and hopefully I didn't break the screen again this time. That's nice and loud. So much. Cool. All right, well, I'm going to call that one done. So let's see here. No need to get all the whips. Final whip progression is the only thing that matters. Final whip progression. Oh, you skip chain whip. So flame whip. So once you get the flame whip, that's it? Okay. What all sub-weapons are there? Because, I mean, you only use holy water in the runs I know. I have not explored the game. Nah, Drake, I'm good, dude. You don't have to do that. I am actually, quote-unquote, on a diet. I've lost 50 pounds, dude. My goal is 60. And I should be there just right after the beginning of the year. So I'm going to do a few more things to this offline, but this is pretty much done. So it will be going to its new home very soon. Now, do I have my next quote-unquote client here? For this Game Boy. So this is a slightly different build. This is the high speed. We're doing, so I don't need that. I will need that. I don't need the buttons. I don't need the screen. Okay. Yeah, Drake. No, I appreciate it, dude. But like I said, I have had my food for the day, unfortunately. But I will take you up on that at some point. Oh, the USB-C battery mod. Let me just show that real quick. I've got one here somewhere. I'll just show you guys that. Maybe if I can find them. Anyway, they're just plug-in. They I don't know where I put it. It's here somewhere in the shop, but I'm not going to waste time looking for it. It's just a plug-in. Okay, clean up the bench a little bit, and we'll get started on this one. This one is actually going to be a lot quicker because it's basically a shell kit designed for this. And I believe this is solderless. Mostly solderless. So... Okay, so first we'll take apart. Let's make sure our donor Game Boy works. Probably an important part of this process. Okay, so dagger, silver knife, gold knife, holy water, sacred. I guess I'm not familiar with the sacred frame, the diamond, the garlic, and silk bag. Those I don't know. Okay. Now we just want to make sure this guy works. Okay, so it works. So first thing is we'll take this apart. Oh, the diamond is like, well, ironically, Symphony of the Night, I think, was the very next game it was in. I love that description of it. That's great. Isn't the silver knife basically just the dagger in this game? So really the only thing we're going to need out of this entire thing is the motherboard. Okay, so we open it up like so, and you can simply pull this out here. Okay. All right, we're gonna want the speaker, I think. If he's still in here, I think he wanted me to do a speaker mod on this. I can't remember. Maybe not. But anyway, we need the speaker out of it. Maybe. Yeah, because I don't know. So this one is going to be a custom shell. It's USB-C charge, USB-C charger, IPS screen, and just the custom pieces for it. So we'll go ahead and transplant the speaker. Oh, it's damage based off of whip strength. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible. So we switch bits here. Yeah, when I get a little bit better at the game, I'm actually gonna like go through and explore it. I just haven't done that yet. Yeah, I had my dinner earlier, Drake. I had made some pasta with vodka sauce, hamburger meat, habaneros, and green beans. I do a bunch of meal prep stuff. It's good, but it's spicy as fuck. It, certainly let you know you've eaten it, that's for sure. I'm missing a screw somewhere. Oh, the tabs, right. Been a little bit since I've done a DMG. It is potent. So we're going to remove this speaker here. And while we're doing this, we should give A word of thanks to Mr. Gunpei Yokoi, who, without him, we would not have a Game Boy. Okay, place the bracket in the front shelf first, otherwise it may damage the wheels on the big PCB. Okay, so we need to remove all of this here. I believe it's just 2 screws. Four screws. And basically this whole assembly just lifts out. So we're going to take the opportunity, clean this up a little bit here with some deoxit while we've got it open. As soon as I find my deoxit, that is. It's here somewhere. Here it is. Nice scrub. I mean, it was okay before, but... Oh, yeah. It's supposed to just be background. How's that? Probably hope if I brought chat back up. Okay. So, now we put this together. So I'm going to take this battery out for now. So this is the rechargeable battery for this guy. Okay, how's that? Yeah, you're just hearing it through my mic. Okay, that is a little dirty. Let's clean that up. Clean the switch up a little bit. Then we want to remove the port cover. Okay. That goes there. And this goes here. So it's quote-unquote monochrome. Okay, since we're using the USB-C charger, we don't need these. And then we should have... four of these screws. Okay, so these are the case screws. These will be the internal screws. Okay. And I need to look real quick and see. Okay, so it'll be this one here. Yeah, you can change the colors on it. You'll see. Just stick around. This mod does not take very long. Okay. And then I've got 2 more screws to install here. Okay. Put in our plug and our power button. Okay. Yeah, it's actually a hot pink. It's kind of hard to tell on the with the camera, but it's a translucent pink color. Well, my next one that I'm going to be doing is going to be a jungle green. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this here. So we've got all of the pieces in place here, and I'm going to set this aside for now. Next, we need to put this part together. Go like that, or okay, that for sure goes like that. Okay. And then we'll have to adjust the position. I think it probably fits like that, though. Okay. And then this guy fits like so. And I want to test all of this out first. Okay. Okay, let me pop one of these screws in. Really just need the one. Maybe two. Let's do two. Yeah, I broke one on stream. Well, I didn't break one. I had one come apart on me. Okay. So... Still better than these connectors, though. Okay. Okay, cool. That should be in. Now let's pop the battery in. Okay, let me grab the battery. It should go in like so. Okay. Okay, seems to work. Put a cartridge in. So, yeah. And then we'll go over the different modes and stuff once we do the full installation. But, yeah. There she is. So it works. Obviously, there's no sound because we haven't soldered the speaker in, but... we have a few more things to do. Okay, cool. I didn't know if you were still watching or not. Okay, so we're done with this part here. This is complete. So I'm going to set this aside. And we're going to take this back apart. So we got to do a couple of things. We've got to solder the speaker in. And put the buttons in. And get this mounted. Okay. Get the bag open. I get these rubbers out without tearing them. I mean, we've all been there, right? Get in there. That one didn't quite get popped. There we go. Correctly from the factory, but we got that fixed now. Okay. And then let me look up real quick on their installation instructions on this. Because it's got this tape, and I don't see any tape on the screen itself.
Welcome back, everyone. In this video, setting up the IPS panel assembly by connecting the IPS panel to the IPS control board. The V5 LCD comes pre-connected to the IPS control PCB. If yours is not already connected, then just carefully connect it with the IPS control board as shown. Then apply small strip of double sided tape to the rear of the IPS control PCB and stick the control board to the rear of the IPS panel as shown. Next, connect the IPS assembly to the rear of the IPS control PCB and stick the control board to
Okay, so let's see here. That actually doesn't have... Okay. Pretty sure this is the double-sided tape. Yeah. Yep, so that's a different... I think that's a different thing than what I've got.
Then apply a small strip of double-sided tape on a larger portion of the IPS alignment rack. Peel the protective film off of the IPS display and insert the IPS panel into the rack.
Oh, no, okay. Alright, easy enough. Yeah, we love them here. That's why we do this. That's what I tell myself anyway. Come here. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Let me turn it. There, that should be better. The solution is for me to just wear headphones, but I'm lazy. Okay. Okay. I have a speaker somewhere here. Okay. So the last one I built like this, sold for $200, and that didn't have the USB-C charging mod. This one, with everything that's been done to it, would probably be in the 250 range. Because of the custom buttons, I don't know, Rapzos can probably tell us how much those the custom rubbers were. Probably not terribly expensive, but once you factor in shipping, I would assume probably around $10 just for that alone. Just to kind of show you. But yeah, this would be I have an extra screw? I think I do. That one, that one, that one, that one. And then no screws there. Because this was about $5. And then I had to pay for shipping on it. But yeah, this is not... If you just want to play Game Boy games, this is not necessarily the right answer. If you want to have a fairly original experience with a really kick-ass screen, that's what we do here. Come on, baby. There we go. A couple of dust specks there that I need to get rid of. Yeah, they're cool, but it's not original hardware. That's the downside to it. are you? Okay. I'm not happy with the way that turned out. Tell you what, how's it going? But yeah, they're cool, Drake. And I mean, I've done my fair share of Raspberry Pi type emulators and stuff like that. Got emulators on PC. There's two things I'm not happy with here that we're gonna fix. Come on. Okay. Let me grab some of those cleaning wipes real quick. I should have a bunch of them up here somewhere. I brought a box of them up here. What I do? Those are new ones. We're building a Game Boy, and we're almost done. It's we're just putting it back together. will as soon as I can find my cleaning wipes. Not a big box. What did I do with them? That is the question. They're here somewhere. Where would I be? Did I put them in here? Nope. Turn you off. Ah, here we go. So what are you up to? Tell you what, boy, I tell you what. The question is, do you sell propane and propane accessories? Dang it, Bobby. Okay. I think that's about as good as we're going to get. Okay, that's much better. That boy ain't right indeed. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay. All right, one more screw, and then we'll do the final test, and then put her together. Do our final test here. Oh, well, drop things. Yeah, sorry, not really many up close, interesting things to zoom in on tonight. I hate this part. Where's my... I need my spudger. You will work. There we go. Okay, let's make sure she still works. Okay, so it works, but I don't... That one feels mushy. What's going on there? because the motherboard's not pressed in all the way, or do we have... something's going on there. I don't know what. Let's see if we can figure that out. Cool, dude. Yeah, I don't expect everybody to hang out for the whole thing. Just hang out for part of it. That's cool with me. Or none of it. Oh. Well, that kind of sucks. I'm not gonna put that one in. We can't use that one. I got to put the original in. Yeah, that one's busted. I don't know how you haven't been banned yet, Luthon. I've tried. Yep, that's much better. Yeah, unfortunately, dude, these pads kind of suck. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Okay, let's get this put back together. Then maybe we'll look at the Super Game Boy. And then show you guys my next project. Alright, well, let's put this thing back together and we will be done. Da, 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 da. No, because it's already got a modded board for the audio. And the DMG didn't really need it. The Game Boy Color is really the one that needs the speaker love. I mean, you could do a mod, but it's not. The GBA is the one that really has the speaker problems. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit here. Okay, you can see it pretty decently there. So the side wheel lets you either turn up or turn down the brightness. And then we can press it and get different color modes. And then I believe if you press and hold it, you can get into the menu here. So that's kind of hard to see. It actually looks really good here. I know it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but I guess we better go. All right, well, what do y'all think? I think it's pretty damn cool. Let me zoom out. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I love this thing, man. This is cool. I hate to see it go. Guess we could do one thing while we're here. Change the battery out in this guy. Oh, probably this one. I thought I'd change the battery out, but maybe not. No, it's 3 volts. It's good. All right, well, we got one more thing to do. Tonight. Yeah, just to give you a compare and contrast. Yeah, you guys know what the original Game Boy display looks like. You don't need me to show you that. Anyway, I'll drop that off with its new owner tomorrow. Yeah. Kind of curious about this big guy here. And about this, it doesn't work. That's what I was told. Oh, we lost our music. This is a Hyperkin Superboy. So this is basically a Super Nintendo portable console. Now the first thing I'm going to check is the battery here. I have a sneaking suspicion probably doesn't work. Now 3.8 volts. No, that's... So they are in parallel, so that's what it's supposed to be. Let's plug that back in and let's see what it does. That's kind of a bitch, isn't it? Okay. So the power switch is here. And it does nothing. Okay, but yeah, you actually put a cartridge in here. So it does nothing at all. Okay. So this potentially could be a fairly easy fix. We're going to look into it. So let's see if we can figure out how to get this bad boy open here. Okay, so with it not turning on at all, to me that screams power issues. So maybe there's a fuse blown. Maybe the power switch is bad. But something is seriously wrong. Because the battery's good. We checked the battery. Or maybe the connector's broken. But I paid $5 for this, and if I can get this working, I've got a $50 console. And this apparently has not been opened up before, so. And I've never seen the inside of one of these. But yeah, these play actual Super Nintendo carts. And I think it might let you play games on an SD card, although I don't see an SD card slot reader on here. Okay. I'm going to ditch these screws here. We're going to see. Okay, that comes out. We'll go ahead and pull that out. That's the L and R buttons. This is going to let us get to so this is the motherboard here. So the power switch feels good, but we're going to take a look at that. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this off here so I can get the motherboard out. That's going to be this screw and this screw, because we're looking for this LED here. So I'm suspecting this switch. Okay, something else is... Oh, there's a flex connector down here. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove this connector. Let's see if this switch works. No, that's not what we want. Okay, we want BP mode. So unfortunately, the power switch seems to work. I say unfortunately, because that would have been a nice, easy fix, possibly, if I could get a replacement. So now that we know the power switch doesn't work, we're going to see if we're getting power to the motherboard. So let's turn the power switch off. We're going to plug the battery in. Okay. So first, I got no power there. No, there we go. I do have 3.8 volts. Yeah, so we got 3.8 volts. So let's see if we can trace this circuit out a little bit here. So this is the power. Comes over here. And then it goes there. The power goes to that connector. All the way to there. And also over here. Okay. There's definitely some shmoo on here. That may just be flux, but we could give this thing a good thorough cleaning. Obviously, something serious is going on here. Okay. So we're getting 5 volts. I'm curious if we go over here. Yes, it does have Super Nintendo controller ports. Let me grab my O-scope probe real quick. not going to get too much further into this tonight because this is obviously something more than just a power issue, but I'm very curious as to why. Okay. Okay, just want channel 1. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see if that works. It's just a little cheap scope meter. Nothing. Okay. And let's do menu. If you guys are interested in this stuff, I can go over this. Getting closer to seeing something. There we go. So we've got good clocks. So we've got good clocks, and I'm pretty sure we've got a good stable voltage, at least here. That's pretty stable. So it's turning on, but things are not happening. Because if we turn this off here, pretty sure that voltage will go away. Yep. And we obviously won't see a clock signal. So I'm going to have to dig deeper into this one because there's nothing blatantly obvious on this guy here that would keep it from working. So I'm not really sure. This is kind of a case I'd need to look into the schematic because we've got two good clocks. We've got one good voltage rail. There's probably a 3v3 somewhere here. I don't see a good test point for it anywhere that's just blatantly obvious. Of course, my eyesight is not what it used to be, but what concerns me is we're not getting the LED here. So I would really have to kind of go through this section here. And we can kind of probably zoom into this a little bit here. Let me pull that up. Oh, hey, Angry Headler. Yeah, we're working on a Superboy. One of these here. So yeah, and unfortunately, I am about to call it a night, so we're probably not going to get very far on this. But yeah, so this is kind of basically your switch mode power supply over here. This is what takes your voltages in and makes things. That's probably the voltage regulator right there if I were a betting man, but I'm not familiar. This is obviously the first time I've ever seen one of these. So there's probably a 3.3 volt and a 5 volt line, and quite possibly. Now, did that blow up or is that just flux? Let's see if we can find out on that. Yeah, it's a portable SNES. For some reason, my video here is a little janky. I think that's just flux. Let's see if we can clean that up a little bit. Yeah, I don't have my thermal camera handy. I guess I could just feel them. So nothing got super hot. I'm certain that's not the problem. This here. I think that's just some schmoo. Yeah, that's just Chinesium not cleaning up their flux after they're done. And typically when these chips fracture, they'll do it in the center. They won't blow out an edge like that. Although I have seen them blow out from the side, but that doesn't look like that's the case. I think a thermal camera would be interesting. I'll have to see. I wonder if there's a good way to capture the thermal camera. That would be interesting. We'd have to try that out. Anyway, what we were doing earlier was let me switch back to the main camera there. New IPS screen for this guy here. USB. Yeah, I've got one for a phone, but I don't know if there's a way I can capture. I'm using a phone for this camera up here. But I don't know if there's a good way to capture that. I'd have to look. But yeah, I've got one of those and I've got a handheld unit. Yeah, unfortunately all I've got is iOS phones. Although I could buy a cheap Android. But yeah, we're not gonna get anywhere on this tonight, unfortunately. I'm gonna button this part back up and then put these screws up, and unfortunately that's gonna be a night. Just using an app called Camo, Drake. It's free, lets you do 720 video. You can pay for it to get 1080. And it basically just like turns your phone into a network device. Yeah, it's a similar thing. So, well, we didn't get anywhere on this. I will see if there's schematics for this and we can dig into it more later. I guess I could go ahead and preview what the next big project is. Yeah, I'm gonna head home after I show this off. So there's pictures in my Discord of this thing. But this is a Nito Robotics vacuum cleaner, one of those Roomba clones. And if you'll notice, it has colors very similar to a Super Nintendo. And we're going to put a Super Nintendo in this thing. So I'm going to tear it apart, rip out the original electronics, and I've got a stack of Super Nintendos that I'm going to try to at least get one working. And we're going to put it in this thing and mount some controller ports and a cartridge slot on it. And do some really cool stuff with it. And there's room for a nice little display there. So I've got to order a display for it. And I might get this thing running Doom as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that would be kind of fun to do. Anyway, that's it for me. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. See some new faces here. Like to see you guys. My next stream is probably going to be Castlevania 1 Damageless. We've got that to do. I've got some Star Trek to play. I'm waiting on parts for the Game Gear to build. We still have one SP to build. Probably have a DMG to build if we want to do that. I also have Game Boy Pocket to build. Subtle, I love getting sued, Wookie. Sir, do not the Aramis. Yeah, that's going to be a little while, Drake, because I have another one that has the same problem I need to look at first. So, that's also going to be... Well, you know what? Top 5 is free in regular low percent. It's not charging, Headler. It's I haven't looked at it yet. I suspect it's got the problem that the other one here I have is that stupid charging chip on them. I know that's what's wrong with this one. I've got to replace that little charging chip IC, whatever the fuck it is. I do NESs is like my big thing. I don't do a lot of modern stuff. I do. You know, Wookie, I care, and you should care too. I tell you what, Wookie, if you get on the podium for CV low percent damageless, I will make a podium run for it. Now, this is not even a lucha trade. I am offering you a 1-for-1. It's a good trade, and there's no lawsuit involved. I do a run, you do a run. everybody wins. How can you say no to that? Oh, you design mods. Nice. I have not really done much on the design front. Although I do the double E thing, I'm very rusty in circuit design and have not. It's been many years since I've designed a circuit, so. Taco Manser Nicolette, welcome. It's a Z80. Okay, cool. The other day I had a Tandy 200 on here, and we're actually going to do some things with it. But yeah, Taco Manser is great. You love to see it. Everybody's showing up when I'm getting ready to go. But I work on my main job is I work on TV and radio transmitters, so I do a lot of RF stuff. So a VTech IQ Ultimate. Well, let me show something real quick. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Unfortunately, I don't have my Tandy 200 with me. It's back at the house. But I do have this here. And we are going to mess with this at some point. But I haven't got around to it. So Taco Manser and Headler, do you guys stream? Because I'd love to see your mods, and if you have any that you know want somebody to try out, I'm all about modding stuff. So the only solution is 4 hours of stream. I gotta work in the morning, Wookie. I gotta drive to fucking New Mexico. But yeah, there's I mean, y'all could talk my boss out of it, out of sending me over there. He may or may not be watching. I don't know. Don't do many crazy mods. Well, even some mods, even just, the basic stuff is good. You got to start somewhere. All right, Drake. We'll see you later. I'll let you know on that Switch when I'm ready to take a look at that. I probably need to order a hot air rework station because all I've got is that. I've got the. I have part of a hot air rework station. I really need like the different bits and stuff on one, so I've been thinking about ordering that. I could borrow one from my shop mate, but I'm going to be setting up a new bench. Wookie. You just need the Nintendo drawer. That reminds me, I've got to put that video together so I can talk Budsy into modding his. But yeah, if I had an NES handy, I'd do a. Well, I don't know. We got a couple new people in here. Do I have my top loader handy? I'm gonna regret this. I know I'm gonna regret this, but I'm probably gonna do it anyway. My top loader here or at home? Yep. Not there. God damn it. Come here. Ugh. All right, since we got a few people here, I'll play a game. I forgot. I have not done the composite mod on this thing. We might not play a game. I don't know, does this one fucking work? Probably not. This does not look like a working NES. Yeah, I forgot that my top loader is still RF only. I need to fix that. Okay, well that, I know exactly what's wrong with this one. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to fix that tonight. I don't really have one in a state that I can do a speed run on, so I think we'll call it a night there. I do have something. I do have this to show off. These are about 40 bucks on the old AliExpress. And this is supposed to be basically a RetroTink 2X clone, 2X Pro clone. I'll bring an NES or I'll rig one up next time so we can try this out. I'm very interested to see how well this works. I'll actually bring my RetroTink out as well, and we'll mess with that. So, but anyway, yeah, sorry about that. We will not be speedrunning tonight. Let me find somebody for us to raid. Want to thank everybody for hanging out. Uh-oh. I think it's Toidle's time. We're going to go see a friend of the stream, Mr. Opry. You listen here, subtle Wookie. I will do something. I don't know what. I will sub you. I will follow you. I will unreport you. And I'm going to sue you. There's going to be lawsuits for weeks. Weeks, Wookie. A shipping container full of lawsuits with your name on it. Remember, I've done the math. I know how much it'll cost. Get RuneScape banned. Nice. All right. Once again, thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry I don't have any alerts on, so if you followed, thank you for the follow. Checked out the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. I will have a video up there soon. I may be back tomorrow night. We might do some speedrunning. Might do some Star Trek The Next Generation. Might do some Castlevania 1 low percent damageless. Or maybe any percent damageless. Who knows? Depends on Wookie. Anyway, I will see you guys later. Make sure you say hi to Opry. Yeah, everybody have a good night.
They should be damaged by the falling platforms. You're correct. Splits. Yo, Aramis Belmont, welcome in.